Hello everyone, tonight we're... Really? Okay. Looks like it was just a brief little dip. So tonight we're going to be doing what will be essentially marks the beginning of what I'm calling the AI List Dungeon pilot series. Where basically there's going to be 3 sort of mini-series of AI List Dungeon over the next, like, 3 months. Like, we'll basically do one shorter series a month, is the plan. And they will basically serve, like, actual, like, television pilots to test 3 different sort of story premises, but also I'll be testing 3 different approaches to the format of the overall series. Because basically there's three main ways I've come up with to start off a series of AI List Dungeon. One is to use Mythic's world generator and tailor a system to the world using Levi Cornelson's deck of rules, which is what we're going to be doing tonight. There's also what we'll be doing in the second pilot, which is generating a world. You've already generated the world, and pairing it with an existing system. And then option 3, which will be the third pilot, is that I basically bring both a system and a specific world that I just come up with to form the basis of the season. And so let's get started on world generation. So first step is to determine the genre, which we basically have a D100 table, and we can roll up to 3 times to generate up to 3 words to define the genre of the setting. So let's roll these 2 dice to get the first one. And I'm using the teal as a 10s. So 52. 52 is mercenary. However, I think just the word mercenary doesn't really give a clear enough picture. So we roll again. That's a 26. Fairy tale. I think we can get... It's like that could be... For instance, being like agents of the Fae, basically. Like, you know, a mercenary, being a mercenary means that you're being paid by some power or some client to do something. And so Fairy Tale gives us an idea of what the clients will be. Like, you know, there'll be like fairies and nobles, maybe even some like witches. But let's get just like one more word. And just see how that feels. Word number 3 is the 50, which is mecha. I mean, let's put it down as a possibility. So Mythics World Generator does have a system for generating adventure tone, but to me, I feel like it makes more sense to keep that as part of generating individual adventures. So let's move on to the really big part of Mythic's World Generator, which is the World History Path. So let's bring these over here. So basically, the World History Paths work to form just an interlocking series of events. And you start from, I could say, it's a 3x5 grid, and you start in the upper left corner. And you use, I believe, part of just core Mythic. Yeah, actions meaning tables. So I'm gonna have to pull up just the actual Mythic 2nd edition in PDF. So we've got the actions ready, so now we've got 87 and 47. So one thing that I like to do is to basically treat the positions of the two roles for Mythics makes action and descriptor tables as interchangeable, because basically they're for the meaning table's actions, there's two charts, action 1 and action 2, that form a 2-word sort of phrase. And so basically, the default is to just use your first roll for action 1 and your second roll for action 2, but I like to also look at sort of the flip of that, which is second roll on action 1, first roll on action 2. That way I have two options and for what phrase to interpret. We have 87 succeed and 47 innocent. Or we can flip it and have guide, right, which is action 1, number 47. Surprise, which is action 2, number 87. I think with the theming of fairy tales, let's go for the first one and call it Triumph of the Meek. Then we roll just 1d10 to determine which direction on the chart we're heading in. We got a 6, so we're heading down. Basically, the second event will be something that happened because of the Triumph of the Meek. Or at the very least happened immediately after in a way that is connected. Roll 25. So that's action 1, create, or action 2, enemy. And 48, which is harm or intellect. So you can either create intellect or harm enemy. I mean, we've got to have conflict, so... harm enemy. I'm gonna interpret that as harm from an enemy. So basically, some kind of enemy. Ooh, what if perhaps the way we incorporate the mecha into this is by having it be like future. You know, like this world started out as fairy tale land, but perhaps due to this conflict here, over time it became like Mecha World. Well, just because of the way that the conflict had created like an arms race. So we've got... So we're moving in direction 5. Which is rightwards on the same row. So I'm just gonna clone this. So we've got 17 and 43. So that will be celebrate the illness or fail cooperation. So I'm gonna say fail cooperation. So an important pact dissolves. Like basically what would have been in a unified front instead becomes a bunch of disparate factions. And just to make it clear where these belong, let's go 1 1 1 2 2 2 for the headers. Then we roll, get a 5. That means that we're going to continue in the same direction. That means that this will be 3 2. We have 50 in 3. So that would be either hinder agreement, or activate investment. I mean, since we have the mercenary theme, activate investment would kind of be interpreted as like the beginning of the current like mercenary economy. Hey, so let's just call it that. Like, in fact, actually, like, it might not even be that the pact dissolving was just simply splintering into a bunch of different pre-established factions, but more just like a period of sort of every person for themselves. You know, kind of the worst kind of anarchy. And basically the mercenary economy is partially like somewhat of a reestablishment of order in the form of like multiple mercenary groups. So arming it into specific bands, as well as certain then powerful clients coming to the fore. So 10. We are continuing to move towards the right. So this is 4-2. Means that we're actually running out of room on this row. So we've got 44 and 65. So that is either fight, need outside, need or open illusion. Which also feel like I misspelled arises. Perhaps we actually combine the two possibilities of open illusion and fight outside. Because I'm thinking basically like I'm thinking like the meek are basically like the humans with no particular like supernatural powers. You know, they're not like spellcasters or lycanthropes or anything like that. They're just people. You know, they're the everyday people that are often the protagonists of fairy tales. Particularly the ones where, you know, they're not really designed from the beginning to be heroes. They kind of stumble into being heroes. Those, you know, like Hansel and Gretel, for example. Well, and thus, you know, they're the kind of people that are prone to being preyed upon by all of the various, like, supernatural threats of the world. And so they formed this pact to get some strength in numbers. But then the pact breaks down after a major attack from a powerful enemy. And due to the chaos, and out of the chaos cause of the pact being broken, and all sorts of mercenary bands arise, and some of them manage to pierce into what is essentially like the Fey dimension or whatever. And I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Looks like we're having a little bit of a dip again. But everything is fine. Fine once again. Looks like perhaps most of it was during the BRB, thankfully. Alright, so now we need to roll again to determine. So that's 4. Continuing from core 2, which is column 4, row 2, takes us to column 5, row 2. Then we roll 85 and 22. So that is strange distraction or conceal success. I think this is another one where we can kind of combine them. Basically, it's less that the mercenaries managed to pierce into the Fey realm, and more that the Fey let them in. Specifically, so that they could use a meaningless fight somewhere in the Fey realm as a distraction while they go and succeed at some other goal that will most likely be defined by the next event in this thread. Somewhere completely different, possibly somewhere in like the realm of humanity. We still haven't reached the point of where the mecha maybe come in. So 2. that brings us up to column 5. I have card 1. Column 5, row 1. So I'm gonna use my pen and tool. It says pen, and yet the image is a pencil. Oh, like the actual cursor. Now, just so that we can clearly visualize the order of events. Granted, like I'm using the 3D cursor, so maybe it's a pen in the default cursor or something. So now we've got 53 and 83. So that is increase safety or start location. I don't think that this is given the events leading up to this. I don't think this is an increase in safety for anyone except for maybe the Fae. Like, it's certainly not an increase in safety for the humans. So I'm gonna interpret this start location. And basically, they establish a foothold within the realms of humankind. And like maybe they're able to recapture like an old fortress that they used in a previous conflict or something. So, you know. Oh, the entities that once that basically retreated to their own dimension, and following the triumph of the meek, or possibly leading to the triumph of the meek. They have now become part of the realm of humankind again. So now we roll this. And that's a 1. So basically we're moving backwards. So we're gonna hit a conclusion within. We're gonna hit a conclusion on this path sometime in the next couple rolls, at least. Because basically the conclusion happens if a thread doubles over on itself, or otherwise it bumps into an already established event. So this needs to be 5-1. 67 and 73. 67. Overthrow. No portal. Or recruit. Root path. Overthrow portal or recruit path. Yep, maybe overthrow portal just means the way back is blocked. So like the mercenaries that went in to go and fight the Fae on their home turf, you know, great idea, are now stuck in the Fae realm. Huh. Somehow my song request playlist has run out of music. Oh, there we go. Now we've got it back. Alright, so 5. That leads it in the direction of points rightwards, so oh, that's actually the end of the thread. However, we still have an entire bottom row. Oh, that's just empty. So I think we can leave these two empty. So this bottom row will be for like offshoot events and or maybe like it could theoretically, I believe the way it works. The end of the line. Yeah, it ends ends when it hits history event intersection. History paths end when they run into another existing event. If the event they run into is part of their own path, then the history path simply ends and the path is complete. There's no extra meaning to it. The path runs into an event, and on another path, however, then you get an intersection between two history paths. An intersection means there is a narrative connection between the colliding events and their paths. Okay, so basically, like, if we roll on the direction to go from here, and it points us upwards, then this is an event that's not directly part of this linear path, but did play a role, but did have something to do with this event. And there's basically a 50-50 chance, assuming that the dice have even odds. Because it's on a corner, so there's only two directions it can go. But first we've got to determine what exactly happens in 1-3. 51 and 23. Imitate. Need elements. Or continue. Ooh. Leadership. Imitate elements or continue leadership. I'm gonna go with continue leadership because, like, to me it makes sense that Faye would. Doesn't make sense for this to be, unless perhaps humans dabbling in something either magical or technological drew the Fae's ire. You know what? Actually, that could be a way to bring the mecha in. And I misspelled advancement and had advancements. So now we need to technically we don't know yet where this takes us, but I think the idea of technology emulating magic, it is kind of cool. So either way, this is a fun direction, and I'm gonna use red to indicate that this is not the same thread. This isn't even necessarily events that happened. We actually don't have specifics on when these events happened in relation to the rest of all of this. We can assume that they happened sometime before or after. Well, I mean, they happened. Like, basically, we'll interpret when these events happened in relation to each other when we start to figure out. Once we reach the end of this thread. Because a 9 is taking us right ways instead of up. So we're not concluding this series of events yet. We've got whatever's happening in 2, 3 first. So 25 and 66. Create. Need to pain. Or oppose enemy. I mean, both work. Or the technology being turned towards weaponry and defensive measures. So now we roll this, and it is an 8. So we are continuing. Actually, let's check. Actually, that's just the end of the thread, because 7 to 10 points us towards the left. It's like these are not directly caused by any of all of this. But they almost certainly play a role if the technology exists while this is happening. And it's a way we can bring the mecha in. So now I think we basically start probably like 1, maybe 2 more threads. This will be 82 and 14. Separate. Need comfort. Or perhaps separate comfort. Or block. Block riches. Hmm. Block riches. Or separate comfort. Or alternatively, separate comfort. Perhaps. So basically, a wealthy investor scorned. Because basically, somebody somewhere went in to invest in something. But whoever would be the target of that investment said no deal. Probably get more details as we continue down this line. It's an 8. So 8 takes us backwards towards technologies turned towards weaponry and defensive measures. So let's use a different color. This. So basically this is the start and end of its thread. Basically, I'm thinking the inventor of the technology didn't want their method, their invention to be used for war. A wealthy investor tried to, in like the, the weaponry sector, tried to get in on it. They refused, but then perhaps the investor stole the technology and turned it towards warfare anyway. And I think this will probably be our last part of the history. Because we've got to get into, we're about an hour in and we haven't even gotten into any mechanical stuff yet. 95 and 33. It's 95 Triumph, Fear, or Destroy, Victory. This is 3-4. Well, 4-3. So I'm gonna go with Triumph of Fear. And it's just going to be a rise in tensions, potentially because of, you know, all of this, or because, you know, humans are clearly making moves to kind of militarize a bit. So 3. That takes us upward. It takes us in this direction. So we know for certain that this is the end of its thread. Right, so 35 and 67. So that's disrupt a path. Or overthrow a friend. So I'm gonna go with overthrow a friend. And say there's a coup amongst one of the human governments, potentially from this wealthy investor, or just, you know, somebody disgruntled with how their government was handling all of this. Or it could be completely unrelated even. You know, could even just be somebody sees an opportunity to grab some power in the chaos. 21. Actually, no, we don't need both dice. We just 3. That takes us upwards. I'm gonna use yellow for this last thread. That's green. And because I didn't actually set the color. Right, so yellow. Let's actually check. Let's see. Overthrow no friend. Or disrupt a path. I mean, I think the coup makes more sense directly following tensions rise. So perhaps actually, like, the coup is basically just... just like this? Then again, coups aren't really a... coup isn't really the same thing as a conquest or a reclamation. Well, I guess, yeah, if it's like a coup of some kind of legitimacy, as maybe it can be classified as a reclamation, like it certainly would be by the faction doing the thing. Hey, we've figured out how to put mecha into this mercenary fairy tale world. Well, either way, because this right here is where the mecha happen. And you know, maybe they're relatively small mecha. Like, you know, they're more just power armor. Like, isn't... like, the kind of thing that's... yeah, I only know about because I saw promotional art when the movie came out. Oh, but I didn't actually watch the movie at all. But like that power armor in like Avatar. In fact, really, weirdly enough, both Avatars have power. like both Avatar the Blue People movie and Avatar The Last Airbender, her sequel, The Legend of Korra, have power armor of some kind. So like, you know, it's not like big, like, bro, it's most likely not gonna be like massive, like kaiju sized, these or like Power Rangers or Super Sentai kind of mecha. It's gonna be like, here's just like a big-ish robot with like a dude in it kind of mecha, like, I think. Alright, so now we get into the mechanics. So here is the perchance generator made for Levi Cornelson's deck of rules. And basically I'm going to refresh the page so I've got a fresh set. So basically we choose one resolution method out of these two. You can go for match 4. When an action must be resolved, the guide will name a stat, add the stakes, and let you call for up to 2 bonuses. You'll add 1 to your stat per bonus called. Well, roll that many 6-sided dice and look for matching dice. These came up with the same number. The number of dice is in the largest matching set is the number of hits scored. If none match, they're all sets of 1. Note that this method will always result in at least 1 hit when picking stakes options, or high under. Or when an action must be resolved, the guide will name a stat to the stakes and let you call for a bonus. Well, although it says bonuses, but it's singular, add 1 to your stat if you called a bonus. You then roll 2 6-sided dice. The die with the highest result, that does not exceed your stat, at plus bonus, is your hits. If both dice go over your stat, at plus bonus, you score no hits. I can see where both of these would be on theme, because, like, match 4 could be, like, basically, sort of your ability to get all of the technology to synergize is exactly like, maybe whatever mecha you're piloting, the more difficult actions, ones that aren't completely trivial to the point that you don't need to roll, have like a series of steps that you have to follow precisely. And so, match 4 would be, how well did you finish the steps needed to successfully do the thing? Whereas high under, I think, could be like, if you over, it could be like, overshooting is you were a bit too daring. So maybe we look at our stakes handling methods. So we have opportunity stakes. Regardless of total hits, you do what you were trying to do in a limited way. The guide lists a series of ways to improve on this. Each hit, it lets you choose one. Examples: efficient, efficacy, the basic act is better. Scope, the effect is larger. Speed, you get it done fast. Style, you look good doing it. Subtlety, it looks like you did something else, or nothing. And duration, it lasts longer. Discovery, you learn something. Or we can go for tallied stakes, which we can use both and just vary depending on what exactly is happening. The guide states some specific numerical count and which your hits will go towards, such as a tally of progress towards a goal, an amount of damage done, or levels of conditions. In some cases, the guide may have 2 separate tracks to split your hits between for a single action, such as incoming attacks to block what can damage you deal in return, or distance covered in your current level of self. Honestly, I can see both of these being useful for the kind of stuff that will be happening, because like this is clearly going to be like a fairly combat focused because this game. And in any ongoing conflict, you're going to have both like acts of daring and overall goals. So I'm thinking we go with both of these. Still not entirely sure if we want to go match 4 or high under. choose one of these stat setting methods. Each player will write down 5 words to describe their character. When a stat use is needed, the guide will say what it's for, and the player will state which of their descriptive words they think applies. The total number the guide agrees these are applicable, up to 3, is the value of the stat for that action. These words are generally broad groups of capability or skills such as strong, fast, hunter, explorer, and crafter. I'm kind of leaning towards array stats. Guide will present a list of stats in an array of numbers. Players assign the numbers to the stats and note the results. Stats are broad groups of ability or action, such as strong, fast, tough, smart, charming, or fighting, exploring, sneaking, spellcasting, and healing. So I think we're going array stats. We'll look into which of the array options we go for or later. Choose up to 3 bonus gaining methods. Kith bonuses. Each character possesses a noted kith, a species, subspecies, or clade, which may be fictional, such as a human, elf, android, or monkey. I will be right back. Alright, and I'm back, so let's... And while I was gone, I thought a bit about our options. I think initially I wasn't going to go with kith bonuses, but I think if we make it specifically like the type of mecha you're currently piloting, they make sense. Because like the pilots are all stock standard humans. So like having kith as like, you know, equivalent to ancestry doesn't really make sense. But kith as your mecha class, that makes a lot of sense. Because then you can have mecha that are like, you know, here's a mecha that's adapted to climbing. Here's the one adapted to water and whatever. Here's the one adapted to dealing certain kinds of damage or withstanding certain kinds of damage. Path bonuses, I think, could make sense as well, as specifically your ability to call in and like higher ups in your mercenary band, or your client to come and help you out, or an abstraction of provisions they provided you for the mission. And basically, if you're not in good standing, they give you jack shit. So now the question is, do we want enhancement bonuses, dark side bonuses, or neither? Dark side bonuses could be fun as like a way of representing being like tempted by the Fae. Now, all times the characters are aware of what this force wants. The guide will make this clear. The force in turn is able to lend them some aid. I think there are better rules for representing that kind of thing. And finally, we've got enhancement bonuses. Characters will commonly receive blessings, drink potions that increase their abilities, or in some other way receive augmentations that aren't simply equipment. I mean, since it specifies equipment, it is not simply equipment, perhaps we could use it as a representation for consumable items of some variety. So I would say we're going Kith, Path, and maybe enhancement bonuses. Choose up to 4 things to track. We are definitely grabbing countdowns, experience, health, and maybe essence. Okay, so that's the number of essence bonus points and how fast they are recovered. Character has a number of essence points representing their internal magical power. Generally, these points are. Yeah, I think essence bonuses make sense with some tweaking to make it into more of like, here's the store of power in your mech, like that's used for powering additional abilities. Path bonuses, well, I mean, path bonuses are specifically like a boon you get for being in good standing with like an organization, for example. So it'd be more. Yeah, it's more calling in aid. Using abstract provisions and perhaps using, you know, in more social circumstances, using your position. It's like, I think essence would just be activate traits, see the extras. Okay, so then we have these. Okay, yeah, let's definitely grab essence. Specifically for the player traits extra. And player traits, I think, would be kind of split between what kind of mecha you're piloting and potentially a little bit of who are you, you know, as the pilot. Because, you know, this technology isn't just mechs. It's also like, you know, potentially some like handheld weapons that you can use when your mech isn't working. That kind of thing. I think it will be mostly calling on the unique abilities of your mech. Yeah, players create a number of traits for their character. There are acts of power or skill which most people may not even attempt. Each player will create the same number of traits for their character, typically 1 to 3, as the guide dictates. Traits are formulated as a sentence, reading, because I am thing, I can attempt to action. Because I am a pyromancer, I can attempt to conjure fire. Player and guide then discuss cost to use, resolution notes, and the scale of how powerful for each. You also have bribery extras. At any point, the guide may offer direct bribes to perform some action. These are most often drama points offered to do something foolhardy but very in genre. But could be other point types as well, or even a held bonus to spend later as desired. This works best if the points in question are being represented by tokens, as the guide can physically offer up the bribe across the playing space. Well, I mean, it is on brand. Like, bribery is the kind of mechanic that would be perfect for being, like, tempted by the Fae. We just don't have a pool that... It would have to be a held bonus. That is perhaps part of enhancement bonuses. So yeah, we can experiment with it. Penalties extra when a given action is especially difficult or a lingering issue is in the way of the action. The guide may institute a penalty. This may be a reduction to stats. That's rolling an extra die and dropping the die showing the best result, or some other method of increasing difficulty. In systems where difficulty can be increased by adding more stakes or a higher success number, that option may be preferable to inflicting penalties. Well, I mean, our stakes are these two. So I think we grab penalty these extras. And also inventory extras. Each character has a set number of inventory slots. Saved by the guide. Items of consequence must be noted in these inventory slots. How many inventory slots and what kinds of things constitute items of consequence are stated by a guide. That makes sense to have more of a tangible loadout. And I think the big question is, which resolution method are we going with? I think the big question that's going to decide this is, how do we feel about having every roll have at least one hit? So basically, you will always be able to use one of these opportunities, or you will always make progress on one of these tallies. No, I think it's fine to have there always be one hit. So let's go for match 4. And if it turns out unbalanced, we can switch over to high under. So since we're going to use this tabletop sim table as so I'm gonna use Notepad. I'll have to crack open the actual PDF if I think. You because this is just pictures. And I've got to adjust the formatting. Actually, maybe we don't even worry about having the full text on this little note card. Or in Tabletop Sim. You know, this is basically just going to be the initial prototype, so a lot of this is going to be subject to change over time. Okay, so it just barely doesn't all fit. Alright, so it's only quarter after one, so we could very easily start working on our protagonist. For some reason my mic is a little low. I don't know if it's a position thing. Turn up the gain a little bit. That should help. Because I think I'll probably it'll probably be episode 2. It'll probably be part 2 of this pilot when we actually get into playing the game, because I've got to get assets ready. You know, this is just sort of the setup and brainstorming phase. He's like technically I could go just like, look, it's a mech. But I think it will be more impressive if I find some actual like mech models on the workshop rather than just relying on the default old tabletop sim plus maybe whatever I've got from the workshop up already. Which a lot of this stuff I've actually unsubscribed to because a lot of it turned out to be broken. And I guess the files are just still in my saved stuff. Alright, so for coming up with our protagonist, I think we want to crack open the latest Mythic magazine in issue 45 because that contains a one-page character crafter. Granted, I think this is primarily designed for NPCs, but it can also be used for just any character. There's some characters are generated using descriptors. Establish each descriptor category below by rolling keywords from the character descriptors table. Interpret the keywords within the context of the descriptor, for instance, to establish identity or talents. For a one-sentence descriptor such as commander of an Imperial frigate, start by rolling one word for each descriptor. If that's enough to make an interpretation, then you're done. If you wish, roll a second or a third word. I'll record all rolls in addition to the descriptor sentence, and the words may be used again. So we need identity, mind, body, and talent. So identity is their primary role. And let's actually get a note card. And so like a lot of Mythic, you roll a D100. 14. So our first word for identity is collector. I think we need more words than just collector to really spark an idea of like, you know, what's their role in their team. Seems I've run out of music once again, but now I've got it should go infinitely now. Because it looks like the switch over to the new Nightbot interface just turned off loop playback. Alright, so 71 object. Well, what kind of object? And technically we have one specific thing that we know, which is that, you know, there's some sort of mech piloting mercenary. Helpful is number 53. So maybe they're like the provisioner. I think that's a word. Furnisher of provisions, yeah. Basically, their primary role on the team is to be the one that manages like the equipment and particularly the consumables. Now, they're a collector of helpful objects, or even just a collector of objects who is helpful. So that could also include being like an archivist. Now we're on to mind descriptor. So character describe the most notable aspects of their mind, such as they are highly intelligent or they have a quirky personality. This may include areas of knowledge or skills. 28. Defense. So either they are skilled at defense or they are defensive about something. I think I would say 100. Weapon. And so maybe, yeah, skilled at defense. And let's get third word 86, religion. I'm thinking chivalrous defender as their mind anything, because basically like they see themselves as like a paladin. So defense, weapon, religion. Like particularly their faith has something to do with why they're doing this. As like, you know, maybe their faith has like a commandment of defending the weak. Which also kind of lends towards a provisioner role, because then, you know, even when they aren't out on the battlefield, they're still working hard to make sure that everybody's safe and even well protected. So body. Describe the most noble aspects of their physical prowess or appearance, such as they aren't very strong, or they are always well dressed. This may include physical abilities or skills. We got 93 for the first word, which is senses. Second word is number 5, athletic. And finally, let's see. 52, which is heal. Senses, athletic, and heal. Perhaps. Because, like, I'm not... Because usually the 5 senses are sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. I would argue that being good with your hands is part of having like a good sense of touch. Plus, part of it is also hand-eye coordination, which connects it to what is very much a sensory organ. Basically, like, they used to do sports and have since adapted the hand-eye coordination that they honed from that towards being good at, like, patching people up. And we're also gonna need another note card to get all of this down, because we still have talent. Well, 34. Number 34 is emotion. $97 take. Take 37. Well, no, 73. Yeah, I think with just emotion, maybe take, we can and get being a very a empathetic person with like high emotional intelligence. And usually, like the way that in previous this AI list dungeon stuff, I would use Magic's color pie as sort of alignment. But when I did that previously, I rolled for it. However, I think it doesn't quite make sense to roll for it here. Because the colors are pretty obvious, I think. Like, you don't get this combination of traits from anyone who's too terribly far outside of the colors of Bant. Especially the chivalrous defender part. Like, I mean, Provision Manager, that could be green plus anything. And probably a little bit of blue, too. But Chivalrous Defender, and being good at healing. And that is absolutely... Although it's worth knowing that, like, I don't think we're actually gonna have, like, a healing stat. Like, maybe... perhaps... being capable of healing would be a player trait that this character has that is inherent to their person. In fact, actually, let's get 2 more things out. D6. It's basically 1, 2. Actually. Let's go for D4. 1 will be he, him. 2 will be she, her. 3 will be they, them. 4 will be either we re-roll, we roll 2 more times, ignoring any further 4s, and it's a mixed set. Or, like neopronouns, you know, something that's not one of the big 3 he listed. 2. So she, her. Her will be our protagonist as pronouns. I'm thinking we just maybe browse around behind the name. Because, like, we've got such a clear image. I at least have quite a clear image of the kind of person this is. So we could go for a very, like symbolic name. She also... And given the theming, I think it would make a lot of sense if we grabbed something from, like, for instance, Arthurian myth. The Arthurian cycle. Also, let's... So you've got Elaine from an old French form of Helen. Well, it appears an Arthurian legend in Thomas Mallory's 15th century compilation, Le Mort d'Arthur. Her Elaine was the daughter of Pelles, the lover of Lancelot, and the mother of Galahad. And it was not commonly used as an English name until after the publication of Alfred Tennyson's Arthurian epic, Idylls of the King. We've got Enid, probably derived from the Welsh Enid, meaning soul, spirit, life. In Arthurian tales, she first appears in the 12th century French poem Eric and Enid by Christian de Troyes, where she is the wife of Eric. I mean, I think Enid could work, you know, life particularly. Some of these don't really give like a clear... Some of these we have to look at other names. Gwendolyn possibly means white ring, derived from Welsh Gwyn, meaning white or blessed, and Dolan, meaning ring loop. I hope this name appears in Joffrey of Monmouth's 12th century chronicles, written in the Latin form of Gwendolina. Where it belongs to an ancient queen of the Britons who defeats her ex-husband in battle. I mean, I think Enid works well. And we can worry about the surname later. So now we get into the crunchy parts of figuring out how does the stat system work. Oh, but also, just gotta turn close down that capture because I'm not using the web browser actively anymore. So let's use this for stats. You know, this will be for 1 to 3 traits. The first of which will definitely be I wouldn't say revive because that implies that they're dead, but definitely perhaps stabilize fallen allies. Because the way I'm conceptualizing the health system is that it's not the health of you, the flesh person inside the suit. it's how much damage can the suit take. And so basically, like when it's down to just you know, again, the flesh person that pilots it, that's this big hunk of metal, you effectively have 0 hit points. And because like the reason why they're even, because part of why they're even using the mechs at all is because the threats are so lethal to human flesh that anything your enemies are gonna throw at you will probably like eviscerate you if you're not in your suit. Not to mention, you know, like, so, you know, health, you know, I've got health listed here as mech damage, specifically because, like, your mech is what can withstand and the force of the attacks that are gonna come at you. You can't. And, you know, if your mech stops working, you better hope you've got some buddies that can protect you. Either by eliminating the threat, or at the very least warding it off until it goes away. So let's see. And I think inventory will mostly be used for if it's like stuff that you've added on to your mech beyond the standard loadout, or maybe just like your specific weapons or something. So Kith is mech type. So let's actually have a separate sheet. Or maybe even just mech. Okay, so let's see. Well, she's a provision and manager. She's a chivalrous defender. So I think the kind of mech that she would pilot is one that's good for like one that's heavy on defense. And so heavy armor, which basically provides a Kith bonus that can be applied to any attack, any roll that utilizes the just raw defensive capabilities of the mech. And I'm gonna go for like 2 traits per mech class. So heavy armor and probably something mobility related. I'm gonna go with adaptable mobility, which makes it, and have that make it good at getting in and out of difficult terrain. You know, the kind of thing where it's like, oh no, we need to rescue this person, but they're stuck in a forest. She can just be like, don't worry, I'll set my mech to forest navigation mode and just go in. And I'm gonna... Now do I want... Because I'm imagining... Like, this mech has a shield for protecting allies. Question is, do I want this to be a trait or an inventory item? I'm gonna say it's a trait. Because it's doing something other than just like a bonus to checks. Now let's see what stat arrays are available. 3, 4, 5, and 6. So I'm gonna say that the basic stats are going to be piloting, I have no idea if I spelled maneuvering correctly. Shooting. So piloting, shooting. Endurance. Because I'm thinking maybe this is a kind of system where, like, the GM just never rolls dice. So instead, when a threat makes an attack, the player that's being targeted just rolls endurance. And while it's not always slashing, I'm also gonna have a stat for wielding melee weapons. perhaps we go up to 6. Because these will be sort of the mech-focused stats. But maybe we also have reasoning and negotiation as basically equivalent to, you know, essentially your charisma stat. Like in a lot of ways, like I have this is almost like the D&D and Pathfinder 6 stats at this point, with basically like we merged wisdom and intelligence together into reasoning, and then split dexterity in half into piloting and shooting. Alright, so get 3 2 2s, 2 1s, and a 0. So I think that 3 is definitely going into endurance. The 2 hills will be in piloting. And I'm gonna say reasoning. So then the 1s will go into negotiation and slashing, and the 0 will be in shooting just because it's the one left. The guide, it says number of health points and how fast they are recovered. Usually this will be between 3 and 20 points, with 1 to 3 he recovered each night of rest. I would say the equivalent of a night of rest in this case will be downtime spent repairing. If most injuries cost 1 health, 3 to 5 health is fine. If they often cost several, 10 to 20 health is more viable. Well, so let's see. Let's go with just like a midpoint. If you know, let's go 10 plus endurance. Starting out with 13 out of 13. Experience starts at 0. No, because it's experience. Essence will be... One for one to activate traits. Needs that have been described as magical. So in this case, it's more that essence will be energy used to activate traits that are described as technological. In this case, anything that comes from your mech. Usually this will be between 3 and 10 points, with all of them being recovered daily. So I think I'm gonna go with 5. Like 5 plus... I'm gonna go for 5 plus reasoning. And so basically, like, part of the role of reasoning here, will be, it's your ability to manage your resources well. Like, that's part of why I gave Enid a 2 in reasoning, because she's a manager of resources. She needs to be smart. It's her to... In fact, I can even... calling information... Budgeting resources. And I'm kind of improvising acronyms. Or shorthand, or whatever you want to call it. For the different stats. It's like, I'm... I mean, usually you just use the first 3 letters. So we've got pill, show, and sla. Ria. And neg. Yeah, actually, maybe we want to go a bit more on theme and call it bargaining. And yes, to a small extent, that is just to make sure that or that or that although, you know, not quite a problem, maybe just to make absolutely sure that or the shorthand for the stat is never misheard as a substantially worse word. So, you know, we've got pill, show, ind, sla, ria, and bar as our six stats, with ria and bar being the main ones that are actually used when that actually just originate from you, the person. Because, you know, your mech can't, unless you've got some sort of like AI in there, your mech can't bargain for you. No, and your mech can't reason for you either. However, I can see potentially like using like maybe a penalized version of piloting, shooting, endurance, and slashing in certain circumstances where it's like, oh, I don't have time to get in my mech, I need to act now, so I'm just gonna grab whatever's available and go attack without having the full capacity of my mech like at my disposal. So, you know, you're improvising a melee weapon to use a worse version of your slashing ability, because you still have some of the skill you still have access to the skills at hitting the right spot, but not to the same a massive force. Or is it, and it's also just not the same muscle movements. Because, you know, like in a lot of ways, translating moving a mech around into doing the things that your mech does with your actual physical body is about like trying to translate physical skills that you practiced in a video game to real life. In terms of like the muscle movement. And you know, when you're swinging an actual weapon versus having a character swing one in a video game, you're using different actions with your muscles, because unless it's like on the Wii or something, you're not doing a swinging motion. And you're doing a button press or joystick move over something. Alright, so it's 2:05. So at this point, about the only thing that I can really think of to do towards AI-less dungeon, other than maybe like look at the tabletop sim workshop, is like, yes, we could like workshop like, here's something we could do. We could start workshopping stuff with the episodic adventure system. Well, it's not episodic, it's procedural drama is the term used to... I mean, we do have to have... We have to figure out crew. Oh yeah, there's... Yeah, that's something we can do. We can delve a little bit into Enid's backstory. At least it... Yeah, because in Mythic Magazine issue 8, they included a backstory generation system. And that will also help with setting up like the first adventure her as well. I'm gonna take an additional card and just call it backstory. So we roll 1d100, get 65. Subject positive. Something good that happens to Enid at some point. To start things off. So it's an action. It's 1 and 23. So attainment balance, or judge goals. I'm gonna say, you know, the judgment, the conflict, the ongoing conflict between the humans and the Fae reaching some sort of standstill, well, even briefly, is a good thing, particularly for humans. Alright, 81. Connection NPC to subject. But since that is... So we don't have any NPCs yet, we instead generate an NPC, and I think I might... Since this is specifically Enid's backstory, I think I might focus interpretation of the descriptor tables, which are being used for this subsystem for generating NPCs, as just like, here's what this person is specifically to Enid, rather than who they are generally, rather than necessarily being who they are generally. It's a 05 and 86. So you can go for anxiously scary or powerfully aromatic. You know what? Let's go powerfully aromatic. because I said I was gonna focus on who they are to Enid, and the first immediate impression that Enid got out of this person is they smell nice. Alright, so 69. Subject positive again, like a very nice backstory so far. 75 and 62. Refuse. Alright, refuse disruption. Or inspect military. I'm gonna say this is... This is her gaining her position in the provisions department. Because it's positive, you know, it's her becoming it's her becoming gainfully employed. Right, NPC action or new NPC. Okay, so we've only got the one NPC, so this is an action taken by by Mr. Mr. Mrs. or makes nice smell. So 21 43. So that is release. Competition, or imprison and messages. I'm gonna say they were hiding important communications for some reason. Like, you know, are they a spy? Are they, you know, just generally not on the up and up? Who knows? We'll find out. Oh, either in-game or through further details for the also the backstory. New is new NPC, so we have a second NPC for charts for results that require us to choose an NPC at random. So 32. New or 62. New, so excitedly be masculine or lazily be fat. Yeah, just excited man. We'll find out more about this person. In fact, really, masculine doesn't even necessarily mean man, and just masculine. But without going through and during, okay, here's this NPC's pronouns, nouns, and gender identity. We can just skip on. We can just. Yeah, there we go. So we've got another new NPC. I guess these are just people that she met on the job. 77 and 5. Anxiously powerful, or oddly aromatic. Yeah, I'm gonna say leader with imposter syndrome. Anxiously powerful. Like they are in a powerful position, but they do not feel like they're qualified. Seven. Like, no, 7D. Which is subject positive. $53. And 44. Adversity. Adversity of prison. Or release home. She just gets to a brief leave from duty. And perhaps the relevance of that will be something to do with whatever happens next. So let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we've got most 3 more, because it's a maximum of 10, or until you hit a minimum of 1 with a result of an 87 or above. So we've got 10. Yet another new NPC. 90 and 80. So maybe this is somebody that you met while on leave. So roughly reassuring. Or partially smooth. I think roughly reassuring. Now, like, this isn't even necessarily someone she just met. This could be someone who's just entering now as being important to the backstory. Somebody that might do an action in these next 2 roles that will be very important. Well, she used to be an athlete. So how about her old coach? From like high school or something. E4. Connection, NPC to subject. Connection is a new entry not found on the standard focus table. Since backstories are meant to be summaries of a wide range of events, we have to simulate some of the events that would normally be determined through normal roleplay. Okay, roll on the action meaning tables for inspiration on what this connection is about. So something forges or changes her connection with Wait, no, we've got 4 NPCs already, so we can just roll the d4. With the coach. $22 and $62. Befriend. And disruption. Or inspect energy. I'm gonna say Coach asks Enid to inspect some strange energy. Is it magical? Is it technological? Well, who knows? One, two, three. And we've got one more roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 23. NPC negative or new NPC. So whatever 68, 39, over 68 and 39 is negatively affecting one of our 4 NPCs. So 68, carelessness. 39, news. Carelessness of news, or alternatively, bestow. Oh, rumor. And is... You know, I kind of want to re-roll this event altogether. Like, we're keeping it NPC negative. I think it would make more sense for it to be something that happens to the coach. Like, we're gonna disregard the randomization element here. 19 and 70. And just get something that makes sense for something bad happening to the coach as a result of this energy. So waste, extravagance, or extravagance and of evil. Not evil, of ideas. Ooh. Something about the energy tempts the coach. And they give in. And perhaps on some level Enid blames herself, and that's why she's so all about defense. And making sure that people are safe. Alright, it's 2:28. And I think we're about out of what could reasonably make sense to do. Who from here? So I'm gonna save the table. Well, it's got an hour and a half of time to kill. Or, you know, could arguably just call it a night a half hour early and just have it be like a half hour of time to kill. So I think I will be right back because I need to use the bathroom. And while I do that, I'm gonna think of something to do for an hour and a half. Especially since Blatro's probably still not doing what I need it to. Like, actually, before I even go, let's check in on that. Just in case, you know, maybe somehow the update fixed things. It probably didn't. Yeah, no, it didn't. Alright, so here's one thing we can... I'm thinking we just, you know, spend like half an hour. Because I should probably call it... You know, I've got some stuff I need to do relatively early tomorrow, so so I think we call it like an hour early tonight. But for this last half hour, we can browse around, see what kind of mecha minis are available. Unfortunately, it doesn't... Doesn't look like there's much of anything so far. Like, I mean, there's stuff for Warhammer. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff for Warhammer. You may need to change it from mecha to mech. Something like this could work. Like, I kind of wanted to have at least a little bit of a fantasy flair to it. Because, I mean, we're fighting fairies. And our mechs are directly designed to emulate Fey magic. Oh, Lancer-sized mechs. That could be... That could be of use. I could also just like see, you know, what kind of like free to use mech art I can find. Oh look, there's a thing from Avatar. You know, Avatar the Blue People movie. What's this? Okay, just an assortment of mechs. Maybe mech suit. Well, we've got STL mechs. Low bandwidth option for Battletech mechs. The majority of these come from Matt Mason's mini factory. Yeah, a couple came from another location that Hand of Bob wasn't sure about when I was writing this. I will continue to add more of Matt's mechs here unless he asks me to remove it. Okay, got a good variety of mechs, including one with a sword and shield. Well, so that's got some potential. Let's see. Updated in 2020, so should be functional. Well, hopefully. This thing looks cool. Also, maybe we grab this as well. But it's updated in 2016. Because like that, this is kind of the problem with getting stuff just off of the just off of the workshop up here, because if stuff that's out of date, then who knows if there are any plans whatsoever to fix it. This could be useful as well. Because, like, I'm thinking the mechs have a fantasy flair, but, like, and maybe some of the other technology is like fantasy, but also modern. Yeah, I'll subscribe to all of these because it's got prerequisites. Like, Battletech stuff seems to be useful here. Video game minis, let's see if... No, maybe we switch over and see what Faye like miniatures are available. Both in terms of terrain and in terms of entities. Seems like a lot of stuff that's not at all what I'm looking for. Which, I mean, honestly, like, in some ways I'm kind of using Faye as a catch-all for just, like, you know, it's not human, you know, is not of human or earthen kind. It is potentially hostile. Like, in a way, like, spellcasters probably kind of straddle the line at the very least. If not potentially being outright, you know, depending on origins, outright classified as Fae. Depending on whether they're human, whether they were ever human. Yeah, not seeing any particular fairy models. So maybe we just see what's available for Battletech. Granted, like, we probably have to size this stuff up a bit, because I think Battletech assumes that the mechs are a bit on the large size. These compared to what I'm envisioning. Yeah, let's maybe just fire up Tabletop Sim again. And just see how much of this actually works. Works, so games, save and load, not save and load, workshop. Additive load. It's looking like the SDL mechs work. You know, maybe later on, you know, particularly if this, you know, makes it past the pilot phase. then then maybe later we can look into getting some stuff that's custom. Oh, this is a lot of stuff. And some of it apparently failed to load, so I'm not really seeing what failed to load. So everything looks fine to me. Should have loaded in on a bigger table, but and yeah, we might have to scale stuff up. Because let's actually load in the mechs and just compare them to some of the smaller buildings. Yeah. Yeah, to really get what I'm envisioning, we're gonna have to scale up the terrain. And like, well, not necessarily quite that big, but definitely bigger. Than is the default for a lot of this, which apparently there's a painted version of this exact thing just kind of thrown in. But you know what I could potentially use? If I can figure out how like importing stuff, if it's the same, if it's the correct file type and everything, I could potentially make stuff in like Spore in the vehicle editor, because Spore actually has the capability of exporting models of the stuff that you make in the various creators. So I guess this thing is just gonna be stuck out there. So let's load in the roads. Yep, they're roads. They work just fine. Since the roads seem to be, well, I mean the roads seem to be sized for mechs the size of cars. And let's see what Battletech accessories entails. Oh, it's a lot of stuff that's predominantly going to be completely irrelevant to me. Other than, like, the terrain. Like, the terrain's gonna be good. You know, maybe this actually will be just straight up you know, a game that is like maybe to an extent like we'll do, like I feel like this is gonna be the kind of game that's like Starfinder, in that when you're in a vehicle, you use that when you're in the specific kinds of vehicles, you use hex grids. But when you're just walking around, you use squares. Granted, the reason why Starfinder uses hex grids for its starship combat is because facing is important. So to really 100% make the hex grid make sense other than convenience, I would need to incorporate a facing mechanic. But, you know, looks like everything works fine. So I think that's where I'm gonna call it tonight. So thank you to everyone who stopped by tonight. Next stream in general is planned for Monday with Rat Boy Genius Part 2. Well, I think, depending on how much prep work I'm able to get done, which I use the term prep very lightly in this case, just because like a lot of the stuff is offloaded onto the GM emulator. But, you know, I do have to prep, like, you know, maybe like a portrait for Enid, for example. I might instead just go ahead and do part 2 of this pilot on Monday. Originally, this was going to be Monday's stream. I was just excited to get started on this. So I switched over to today. So maybe we make Monday part 2, and then Rat Boy Genius can be a next Thursday. Either way, here are my links. So basically, you know, next stream in general will be Monday with either Rat Boy Genius or more AI-less dungeon. And next AI-less dungeon stream will be either Monday, will either be this coming Monday, or it will be the 23rd. Let's find somebody to raid. Raiding within my category might be tricky because, well, it might be a little weird to raid into somebody who's in the midst of like a tabletop session. Looks like about the only person that's coming up in this category is somebody who's just like talking about like jamming or something. Yeah, why not? Let's find out what this guy's talking about. Hello everyone, tonight we're gonna be doing a little bit more prep for the AI-less dungeon and pilot that's gonna be starting this coming Monday. September 23rd. Because I've realized we still need to flesh out the rest of the crew a bit more, because I'm thinking just about all of these characters, other than Coach, are characters that would make sense to be part of the same mercenary company. Basically, we're gonna flesh out 3 out of the 4 NPCs on this list, using both Mythic's one-page character crafter and Mythic's evolving NPC motivation system. And I'm thinking, like, basically, the whole event with a lot of mercenaries getting trapped in the Fey Realm. But I think that's basically gonna serve like a purpose similar to like the Scoured Stars incident in Starfinder. Or basically, it's a way to kind of get some of the established personalities that you would expect to be around kind of off screen, so that we can focus on the less experienced characters and have it make perfect sense why we're focusing on them. So basically, all four of our main characters are going to be part of the same very small, all relatively inexperienced mercenary company. Like, it's pretty much just gonna be the 4 of them plus maybe some like miscellaneous people as needed for like things like transport piloting. Unless we want to have like just whoever has the best piloting also pilot the thing that transports the mechs. Because one thing that I'm kind of thinking is that like a lot of mercenary companies will basically have something akin to an aircraft carrier, or that for the more sort of nomadic companies serves as their default base of operation. And even for the ones that aren't, it's a way to more quickly get to the mechs from point A to point B, because these things are more built for combat on a specific battlefield than long distance transportation. And these things are also roughly the size of like a very tall automobile, so you can't just like pack it in like the luggage compartment end of a plane or the trunk of a car. Maybe if the company that developed them had figured out a way to make them like infinitely compactable. But that technology, the way I'm envisioning it, just does not exist at this point in time. Alright, so let's start out with the person who all we know about is that they're sneaky, and Enid thinks they smell nice. Okay, so we need D4 for pronouns and they, them, so nice smelling person is a proper descriptor. After in this case, so just gonna copy Enid's cards here to use as a base. Alright, so the first word for their identity. Number 3, agile. Oh, let's get a bit more description. 50. Agile guide. 44 experienced. So like this is probably somebody that was already a part of the company before Enid signed on. Possibly like the first person to sign on with the company, other than possibly the leader with imposter syndrome. Because, you know, why wouldn't you put either that, or I guess it's possible that they just refuse to be put in a leadership position, and that's why they're not the leader, either if they are the most experienced. And I hope my internet stays stable. Well, it seems to be having some dips here and there. So I'm gonna say their identity, because I think identity is probably going to be mostly like, what's your job on the team with these characters? It's maybe like information officer or surveillance manager, or because like we know they have access to important messages. Is it and they're an agile guide, which kind of seems like, you know, guide could be interpreted to mean like provider of information, and agile kind of lends a bit to potentially being good at sneaking around. It's now onto mind. And you've got 96. Wrong. 80. Practical. And emotion. You're supposed to specifically note down the up to 3 words that you use. Oh yeah, experienced was the 3rd word. I'm gonna say the good phrase for mind here is cold pragmatist, because strong in mind in this case kind of lends towards being strong-willed, old, or highly intelligent. But they're also, but mentally they're also practical, and emotion is involved somewhere. Now we move on to body, like, you know, what are they good at physically? They specifically beyond what is implied up here. 31. Education. And so perhaps they've had like formal training in something. Resource. Science. I'm gonna say that they're... Perhaps formal training in survival? Because like that, because admittedly that feels like it's a mental thing. Well, I mean, describe the most noble aspects of their physical prowess or appearance. So just formally trained scientists, like they wear like the lab coat, you know, that kind of thing. Because with the material element is almost certainly a laboratory science that they are trained in. And finally for talent, which is skills, abilities, or powers such as being an expert with a sword or telepathic. 34. Emotion again. Control. Yeah, I don't think we even need a 3rd word here. And for colors, I'm gonna say probably Demir plus maybe like a 3rd thing. So reset all of those. I'm gonna say 3 goes into reasoning. 2s go into piloting and bargaining. The 1s go into endurance and shooting, and the 0 goes into slashing. which does mean that so far we haven't really gotten, like, a very, like, damage-heavy build with any of these characters. I'm gonna say that hey, their mech has an agile frame, which is good. And for stunts relying on maneuverability. Perhaps precise scanners. Which is good for detecting information on the battlefield, probably both in terms of like hidden threats and just like information about stuff like enemy weaknesses, that kind of thing. So only 11 hit points. But 8 energy. I'm not going to worry about doing the whole backstory system. For what are technically NPCs. Like they're not NPCs in the way that this system is actually kind of designed to handle NPCs because they're being treated as actual characters. Alright, so let's see if we can find a model here that looks like it's good. Oh, here we go. We've got one that's kind of small. Oh, and also we need a name for this character. He also doesn't have any like visible melee weapons attached to it, so, and we need to define traits as well. I'm gonna say the traits are, because I am trained in laboratory sciences, I know more about that topic than most. And because of my mech's cloaking features, it can enter very stealth mode. It makes it hard to detect. And now we just pull up behind the name to get a good first name. Merit. From an English surname originally from a place that which meant boundary gate in Old English. Honestly, solid option, because like boundary gate as a name for someone who's closed off, kinda works. Plus, you know, it's merit, like merit, like it, kind of like merit as in meritocracy. Which leans towards them being more about like logic. You know, who's, for instance, if needing to pick somebody for a job, they'll pick the one that they think will be the most skilled in the position without worrying about like emotional attachment or who wants it the most. Knows that kind of thing. And, you know, meritocracy is a system that cuts out some that at least can potentially cut out some vague like sort of more abstract and subjective measures of who deserves a position within a hierarchy, stuff like royal blood, you know, that kind of thing, and leaves it to just, you know, do you have is there proof that you will be good at this job? Copy all of these cards again. And so that we can work on the excited masculine person. Which I've pretty much decided, like, they're almost certainly, like, not AMAB. Because, like, who's that excited about masculinity? Who was born into that position? However, he does use he, him pronouns, so if he's not AMAB, then probably just, you know, oh, trans man. Now we start with identity 87. Repair. $78. Performance. I mean, I'm immediately thinking maintenance officer with just the repair. Let's not even worry about the other options there. And we can just move right on to mind. Starting out with 69. Mysterious. Is it charm? Melee. And mind descriptors describe the most notable aspects of their mind, such as they are highly intelligent or they have a quirky personality. This may include areas of knowledge or skills. See, mysterious, charm, and melee. Maybe we even leave melee off and just go for mysterious and charm. Oh, charming, but seemingly dense. Because, like, you know, he's good at repairs, so he must have some intelligence. It's just like the inner workings of his mind are an enigma to most other people. Alright, for body, we've got 91. Rogue. $25. Dangerous. Connection. You know, let's just go for Rogue and Dangerous. Because I think what that means for his body is that he's got a little bit of an attempt at a tough guy persona. Like maybe he just has like he clearly wears like punk / alternative fashion. You know, goes against the grain and projects the image of somebody who, you know, could be dangerous in a fight. So 13, so for our talent, we've got 13. Cheat. Need 94, social. And 68, mundane. Yeah, I think let's just go with cheat for talent. And basically, he just has a talent for fighting dirty. I'm gonna say color-wise, definitely red. Perhaps blue, simply because like you need some smarts to be good at repairs. But at the same time, it's not really like, I'm gonna say like minorly blue. So this is definitely our like primary, very combat character, like our primary damage dealer. There's two traits of his mech class. As I'm gonna say, they are gonna be extra thrusters. Good for moving quickly, but not in just general circumstances. And and reinforced sword arm. So good at melee attacks. And on top of that, his 3 is going into slashing. His 2s will be in endurance and piloting. Actually, you know what? Maybe 2s will be in bargaining and piloting. His 1s will be in endurance, and his 0 will be in shooting. Well, you know, his 1s will be in reasoning and in endurance. His 0 will be in shooting. And now we switch settings to masculine. Swaran. Punjabi form of Swarna. Good color or golden. He definitely seems like the type that would pick a name that he just thinks will make him sound cool. And I don't think Balduino is. Although Baldwin, meaning bold friend, derived from the old German elements bold, brave, and even friend, would make sense for his character. It's Yash, which is derived from Sanskrit meaning fame, praise, glory. But it also work if we want to canonize him as being of I guess the as having heritage in probably the equivalent, probably this world's, probably India or this world's equivalent. I haven't quite decided if this is like to what degree this is analogous to the real world, other than, like, I'm not creating a conlang just to make names. There's also Miguel. Zephyros, yeah, that. You know what? Yeah. Zephyros, or Zeph for short. And that even kind of gives a hint towards... Because I have put some thinking into the elemental aspect of things. Because one thing I've considered is maybe rather than being just like the classical fire, water, earth, and air, we could do like for example, seasons as elements. But I mean, the name like Zephyros, we've gotta grab something that lets him do like wind or lightning shit. Because the name literally means west wind. And so we might as well. And see which one of these looks like it's... Because I don't want to repeat the same model too much, although I could easily differentiate them with different colors. Which of these looks like it's good? You know, like something that's built for speed. Even though it doesn't, even though we gave Enid the one that has that's the only one that has a melee weapon, because it's also the one with the shield. I mean, maybe he actually doesn't even use a melee weapon, and so much as he just like punches. That's a possibility. Like, I did refer to it as a sword arm, but this one's literally called Quick Draw, so let's go with that. That, I think. Alright, so HP 10, and plus his endurance, so another 11 in hit point. I build. And only 6 energy, too. Ew, so compared to everyone else, he's gonna have to be a bit sparing with using any special abilities built into his mech. I'm gonna say that his traits are, because I'm skilled at repairs, I can fix mechs while away from base. Although, that will probably be an ability that does require him to hop out of his mech. Like, unless we give the mech itself some sort of ability. I'm gonna say that this other trait is because of my mech's thrusters, I can charge. And that charge will basically be a, like, probably like faster movement in a straight line, plus either a free or improved no slashing attack on any enemy that he collides with that during or after that, or immediately after that movement. Alright, so now it's time to generate stuff for the actual leader of the group. We've got another they, them. And with that 3 on the D4. And I think we can kind of skip. No, maybe we actually do just see how things play out. 69, we know it's mysterious. $97, ache. And 7 awareness. I will be right back. Alright, back in. Seems that Nightbot decided to just not keep my setting it to have it on loop. For some reason. So that's fun. Right, so I think I'm gonna go just for mysterious and awareness out of those 3. And basically, despite, like, it's possible that the imposter syndrome is entirely an act, since they seem to know more than they let on. Alright, for our mind, we've got 83. Ranged. 17. Communication. And number 6, authority. I'm gonna say that makes them an expert at remote communications. Like, the authority part could even just mean, you know, they're an authority on the topic. Right, for body, we've got 87. Repair. There's 70. Nature. In 74. Official. I'm gonna go for repair and nature. And say they have an obvious old wound. You know, the repair nature part is their natural healing process. And for talent, we've got 15. Combat. At 24. Crude. $51. Harm. Maybe they're an experienced warrior. You know, the crude part is, you know, their skills in combat include what at this point in time is outdated technology. Or outdated methods. You know, like actual just straight up swords, for example. And I'm gonna say probably like Jeskai is a solid fit. Either Jeskai or Bant. Or could even go... Oh, Naya. But let's stick with Jeskai because, like, knowledge is definitely something that they have a fair bit of. So I'm gonna say 2's go into shooting and slashing. 1 goes into endurance. 1 goes into piloting. Yeah, the 0 can go into bargaining. Yeah, actually, maybe we swap those 2 around. Go for, like, I'm gonna say heavy armor, or to beef up that defense, to beef up the endurance a little bit. but also an enhanced weapon array. And maybe even... because we specifically made Zephyros's this thing only affect melee. I feel like something that affects all attacks is powerful enough that like it has to be earned. It can't just come default as part of your mech class. And basically, her traits are not her, their traits are going to be because I am a trained fighter, I can fight as well outside my mech as I do inside it. Which basically means that they don't take the penalty, that they can use endurance, they can use it shooting and slashing when outside of their mech. Like, at the same level that they do it inside their mech. So not taking the penalty specifically because they are explicitly capable of fighting with more traditional weapons. And there are other traits. Because of my mech's weapon array, I can shoot multiple enemies at once. Let me just say that's going to be one of our few actions that actually takes that you can actually spend multiple energy on. Because basically, like they could shoot up to 8 enemies at once. They just have to spend all of their energy. Well, I might put like a specific cap on that, depending on exactly how strong it ends up being. Here we go. Here's a mech with arms and some heavy ranged weapons. And finally, we need a name. Sigarther. I put it on the either setting instead of ambiguous this time. Golden Heart's form of Sigurd. Victory and Guardian. . Arcates. Means rock in Basque. Could be a good name. Got a nice ring to it. Jamshid. Roland. You know, let's see what the ambiguous games, the ambiguous names can give us. Moai, Duri, Akina, Happy One. Hind, Doe, no in Turkish. He has given in Swana in Sotho. I mean, Young is kind of ironic because I feel like this is the oldest member of the group. And Rada's got a nice ring to it as well. Success, prosperity. You know what? Sage has a good fit. Alright, so we've got all the characters standed out. Well, so mostly because I'm thinking, well, I did say that I'm going to be using the evolving NPC motivations. I think I'm gonna kind of keep that mostly hidden, because that way when we have keyword and action results, it can be a surprise. 1 and 11 and 7. I believe just about every, but nope. Merits in 11 and 8. And Zephyros is an 11 and 6. So I'm gonna say that the main thing we really need to do now is to solidify some stuff about the mercenary company itself. I'm gonna say, like, we're basically, like, you know, under Sage's leadership and potentially working to some as of yet unspecified goal. Like, we're just like sort of a general mercenary company. You know, like, we don't necessarily have like a particular specialty. Especially since our leader is such a generalist. That is when it comes to combat. At least. However, there is one important question, which is to what degree is this a stationary or nomadic company? So I'm basically just gonna do a fate question at 50-50 odds. So the fate question will be, is this a stationary company? Because that's got potential to determine a lot of how at least the initial adventure goes. 17. I mean, it's below 50, so that's a yes. So I'm gonna say just a yes, and not like an extreme yes. Is basically, we are currently stationary. That's because we have like a long-term contract with a particular client. Like we can take contracts from other clients in the area, but this particular client effectively has us kind of on retainer, so we need to stay close by. Hey, hold on. That's not 17, that's a 71. So we are mobile. I'm gonna say, because that's over 50. So we are mobile, but since it's not an extreme no, I'm gonna say like, we do have a base of operations somewhere in a particular city. Beyond just like, like our transport vehicle. So basically, we're gonna have one more card outlining our company. Status mobile with a base of operations. And this is actually something that I worked on before I went live tonight, which is a set of mechanics for reputation and building connections with clients. I think I'll explain a lot more of the reputation stuff once we complete our first mission, which will basically be like the actual gameplay portion of this pilot. But we are currently a tier 1 company with no established client connections, because we are extremely new to this. Like, Sage is probably the only one that's really... He got... any experience under the belt, and like... I feel like Enid's probably the newest hire. Like, probably Enid or Zephyros. Oh, is it? Because these are the only two that don't specifically have anything here that implies that they have previous experience with something. Something that is relevant to this field of work. And the order of things in Enid's backstory implies that she met Merritt before she was officially the provisions manager for this company. It's like maybe Sage even put Merritt in charge of hiring at the time that Enid signed on. Because like I feel like the minimum standard for most companies is probably like 4 pilots. And Enid was possibly even like a little hesitant about the combat aspect because she mostly joined up to help people, not necessarily to go out and fight. But then the stuff that happened to Coach, kind of, I think, spurred her towards more actively willing to go out and fight. And so save has been created, so I'll probably do a bit more thinking about the... Actually, one thing that we could potentially do you could look at the other rule set included in the same issue of Mythic Magazine as the one-page character crafter, which is the magical tradition generator. Because I think basically like in each like region, possibly continent, the particular kind of technology is perhaps adapted to emulate the kinds of magic used by the local Fae. Like Fae that they're known to plague the area. Because like part of the whole idea behind using it as a weapon is to kind of level the playing field a bit. Because as I've established, the Fae in this setting are dangerous to the point that if you're not in your mech, if you get attacked while you're just a flesh person outside of your mech, you're pretty much a goner. So I'm gonna see if there's anything can kind of point us towards some ideas for the elemental system. It's basically the magical traditions can have 6 different aspects that you can work with. Circumstances of its founding. Don't really need that right now. Now, goals and ambitions. Again, don't really need that right now. Source of its power, signature spells, tools and trappings, and mark on history. Mark on history, probably not. But like, probably source of its power, signature spells, and tools and trappings is what we would look at. Okay, tools and trappings are mostly about like how the spellcasting works. So not really something that we need for actual, like, because this isn't using the actual magic, it's emulating it. So the means of usage are different. Like if we were going for a set, so like, you know, if we had an actual group of like cultists, for example, that are actually using, you know, real fey magic, then we would use tools and trappings. There's source of its power. This magical power background draw its power from a source, and if so, what is it? Not all magical traditions have a defined source, but for those that do, it can be very important. For instance, drawing power from an infernal being to cast spells is going to be very different. It'll be a very different magical tradition than one that pulls power from nature. So we've got D100 table. Let's roll on that real quick and just see what we get. Nothing else, it could be something that will spark some inspiration. 57. Power is sourced from the hidden crevices and subtle cracks in the universe, exploiting them to change reality. I mean, that could make for an interesting elemental system where, like, the elements are less... I mean, just about any elemental system could work with that. Because the thing that immediately springs to mind is the philosophical concept of carving nature at its joints. Where basically it's all about like looking at, you know, here's where there's, you know, an actual predefined separation of two things that's, you know, actually objective because we can see where the difference is defined in nature itself. Which, you know, makes sense for Fae, because they tend to be tied to nature. So yeah, maybe we generate some signature spells. Signature spells, question to answer, what are this tradition's signature spell or spells? We'll roll on signature spells, focus table, choose a keyword from another aspect of this tradition that's already been generated, one word from some spell effects. think we just roll twice on spell effects. Roll an additional word from spell effects if you need more inspiration. Because, like, we don't have any previous keywords. Because we're not using this entire system. Signature spell or spell. 67 on the focus table. Yeah, that's super unhelpful because the result is there are no signature spells. This tradition doesn't have a characteristic spell. Don't record keywords or make an interpretation. But basically, like, for our purposes, we can just treat 1 through 86 as just the signature spell or spells are determined through the keywords. There is no additional focus table context. Because 87 and above is roll on Mythic's action meaning tables and include them with the other keywords rolled to make your interpretation. So we've got 89 and 66. Time and mind. Now, let me see if there's just like yeah, unfortunately Googling random element generator gives me a lot of stuff that's got to do with chemistry. Found a wheel that has some interesting options. Okay, here we go. We've got perchance generator. Physical enhancement. Yeah, a lot of this isn't really... Okay, here we go. We've got one from Shindan Maker. Let's diagnose. Please choose any 3 elements are beckoning to you. If you like them, you can choose one of them. Be the secret of them. Space, fire, mind, food, light, rubber, gold, harvest, and instinct. I think these are your choices. I mean, like, I want it to be something very, like, fairly physical to make envisioning what, say, an elemental attack looks like easy. So maybe we just don't worry about figuring out the elemental system right now. And I'll just do that, like, over the weekend. And basically, like, you know, Enid will get whatever's good for defense. Zephyros will get whatever's equivalent to wind and probably good at mobility. the merit will... I could see merit going for whatever's good at... Whoever has the most interesting applications, like they seem like the mech pilot equivalent of a Johnny in like card game terms. Herms and Sage probably has whatever's just like all around good for fighting. You know, something very practical. Maybe even something that's just very close to what humans are already usually capable of. Because like maybe they're a little uncomfortable with the whole using even an emulation of Fey magic thing as a result of experiences in their past. Yeah, for the motivation system, I'm basically gonna keep the keywords secret until they become relevant. But once like, you know, when we're actually playing, I'll probably like announce results from end of scene bookkeeping with regards to that system. I'll probably even include the within in scene tick ups for that system in the end of scene bookkeeping unless they're of immediate relevance, because they result in like a keyword and action. And because, like, the motivation system is basically designed to have this, like, character arc that develops over time and eventually comes to a head as some kind of action. And because the likelihood of a keyword in action becomes more likely the more you tick on, the more boxes you tick on this system. Like on this chart up to 10. And once you hit 10, and boxes 2, 4, 7, and 10 are motivation levels. When you mark those, you roll based on the corresponding box, and each one has a higher chance of new developments than the previous ones, and 10 guarantees keyword and action. Probably because when a keyword and action happens, you reduce the number of marked boxes by 10 and remove all but one keyword heard from the list. So basically a little bit of a reset. Since you can't mark more than 10 boxes because there's only 10 boxes on the chart. Anyway, I think that's all of the AI-less dungeon stuff I'm doing tonight. Because we'll start the actual adventure Monday. Now I'm gonna... Alright, I've been live for almost 2 hours. I will be right back with something else. I haven't quite decided yet what exactly that will be. But yeah, it'll be something for the next 2 hours.